Go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Dude, you can hear the chugga chugga. You know, in fact, we need to put the chugga chugga in with that music. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a second. The chugga chugga needs to happen. It needs to happen. We have to. Hold on. We have to get the chugga chugga. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. There's the chugga chugga. Hold on. All right. Hold up. Let's get that back. Ready? Spin up YouTube after this sound experiment. It's not bad. It could use some work. It could use some work, but yeah, that was cobbled together very quickly. We could get it right. We could get it right. It could be right. Did you hear that, chat? That was train music. That was train. No, it's that's the theme song from Wild Wild West. Sped up a little bit, just slightly modified. Slightly modified. Not as good as the old Ferrari special. All right, before YouTube comes on, before we fire up YouTube. Hold on. We'll do it, Tessa. We'll do it real quick. Real quick. Give me a second. We'll be live. That's an F40 LM, dude. So, not just an F40. An F40 LM is the kind of faster version of an F40, just for the people that care. It's got that an adjustable spoiler on the back. This was like, call this Block 2 F40 for the spaceflight people. It's the Block 2 version. It is very fast. That's a very fast car. Oh. Oh. Oh, I love that car so much, dude. That's like, the F40 is one of my... That's one of my all-time favorites. Out of Europe, that's the best one, dude. There's nothing better than that. Maybe a Porsche 959, maybe. The last of the bedroom little supercars. Yeah, pretty much, dude. I had a poster of this in a Lamborghini Countach on my wall all day. The Countach with the doors. Like, I did not have a 959. It's because frick Porsche. You wouldn't know what to do. So, here's my thing, Arnok. If I had one of these, I'd crash it. I would crash it because the Ferrari needs to be doing that. If you're not doing that with a Ferrari, if you're not taking it to a track and driving the ever-loving piss out of it, you're wasting your time. If I had an F40, it would not sit inside. I'd either A, sell it, or B, drive it until I drive the freaking wheels off of it. And guess what? I know that's too much car for me. I know that's way too much car. I am not good enough to drive something like that. I would crash it. Andromeda, you had an M1? Oh, I'm a little jelly. That's cool. Like I said, I would either sell it or crash the damn thing, because you're not gonna not put your foot in it with a car like that. You're just not. Like, that's just, if you're not doing that, what are you doing? Anyway, let's go live over on YouTube, shall we? Stand by for YouTube acquisition of signal in 5, 4, 3. What's going on, everybody? We're going to play some Derail Valley today. Derail Valley. I cannot remember the last time that I played it, but Derail Valley is... Derail Valley to trains is what kind of like... not necessarily flight simulator is to planes, but something like that. Something like that. I can't remember the last time I played. I don't... We do have VR. Should I do VR? Should we do VR? I won't be able to see the chats. Toilet is powered, waste tank purged. You last played Derail on January 7th, 2025. It's been a year and a half since Derail. Okay, we'll just play the non-VR version and go from there. Hey, Rocky Guy. What's going on, man? You puked last time? I've never puked on stream. I've never puked on stream. Close, but never. I have no idea. Yeah, there you go. January 7th, 2025. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, much better. Let's see what we were doing. The good word is Pegasus is on its way to launch. Nice. Enjoy your anniversary. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had a fun time. Bro, we, Bree and I went to the Red Sox game yesterday. And, okay, so two things. One, first thing is that the Red Sox are garbage. They're awful. And two, the only thing that made it even worth it was the Scottish people that were there. Put a hat on. We got very familiar with the Tartan army. Oh my goodness. That was fun. That was a fun time. Who did they play? The Red Sox played the Blue Jays. And yeah, the Red Sox are terrible. They stranded 13 men on base, which is objectively terrible baseball. Did the Scottish drink Boston Dry? I can confirm they did not drink Fenway Park Dry yesterday. How are you feeling right now? I'm fine. The Blue Jays are also having a bad season, but clearly not as bad as us. But yeah, the Scotsmen and the Tartan army were the only redeeming quality of that game. That and me and Bree was there. that was the fun part. We had a good time. It was weird. It was weird. There was a lot of beer. Anyway, yeah, we had a great anniversary. It was really fun. What in the heck was I doing here? I have no idea where I am. I have no idea what jobs we have going. So, guys, Derail Valley is a train simulator game. Just with 4014 being around and stuff, I just really have the itch to screw around with trains. So Derail Valley is a game where you haul stuff. You basically work for an operator and
Discovery,
what the hell is that thing? Hey, 95, bro's railing it. Bro, I railed you, man. What? It's junk. It's a junker. The engines are on, so I was clearly doing something when we last played. And we're hooked up to a consist back here. I have no idea what's going on. Start a new save? No. That's the manual diesel that you can rescue? Oh. No, I'm not starting a new save. The reason why is because in this career mode save, I was able to restore and buy my own locomotive. This one is mine. This is 000. 000 is my locomotive. This is my DE6. This is a... Oh, what is it? It's an EMD. It's an EMD locomotive, the DE6. I totally forget. It's not a GP38. No. It's a, Hear me out, big boy on the moon. Were you a P.O. box fit a package roughly 8x8x8? Yes. It's not a GP7. Hold on. I actually have to look it up and I'm ashamed. That's just the wind. It's a little windy out here today, so if you hear acorns and stuff hitting the roof, you know what's going on. It's an EMD G16. Alright, cool. That's what it is. It's one of these bad boys. So, yeah. It's particularly a JZ Series 661, which is a G16 export version. The slang term for it in Croatia is Kennedy. It's named after slang term President Kennedy. So they're saying it's nuts outside. Yeah, something like that. Could Starship even lift 4014? No. Not even close. 201, what's up? Alright, so yeah, we got an EMD G16. These things make, I think, yeah, alright, power output's 1800 horsepower, 1300 kilowatts. Up to 1900, and we have 255 kilonewtons of tractive effort at 57,000 pounds.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, it's pretty good. This one is in 4'8", 1435 standard gauge, I think is what Croatia uses. Because the game is supposed to take place in Croatia because that's where the developers are from. See, they actually use these things still out on their railways, which is weird. It's very strange seeing an American locomotive with the Euro-style couplers. That's very strange to me, but still cool. So we have, yeah, see, there's one out in Kosovo doing its thing. So we have these things ready to go. I have 000 is the one, like in Derail, you can find junk locomotives and bring them back to your locomotive shop, and you can restore them. So this one I just restored. I remember that. It is brand new and it like perfect mechanical condition. I have attached to 000, it looks like we have a Slug 165. A Slug is a diesel locomotive without any cab and just a counterweight, so you can get more tractive effort. It's a little bit shorter than the locomotive. It doesn't... Yeah. It's just basically a locomotive without the cab and a fuel tank. And then behind it, we have 20. I used the 20 locomotive, which is a little rough, to restore that locomotive. You can paint the Slug now? Cool. Now, this is one of the restorable locos. I had this lined up on the consist probably for the next job. Guys, if I'm guessing, if I'm thinking about this right, the last time I played Derail was January 7th, 2025. I probably was playing it before I left for Flight 7 at Starbase. And then, for whatever reason, when I came back from Flight 7, we didn't play it. We are hauling a consist. We have rolls of steel behind us. Yeah, the Slug doesn't have a diesel engine on it. It's just electrical. So it's a counterweight. It looks like it does have the resistance element on it, though. Oh no, just cooling fans. Yeah, all right. Well, let's go take a look at the jobs. Probably want to have a scan through the change logs. Nah. Oh, geez. How do I put this down? I forget the controls. Oh my goodness, I forget how to play. Okay, V. F does not do that. V puts it back down. How the hell do I see what's active and what's not? Oh boy. I tab money. Hey Galax, what's up? Myers, how you doing? Okay, there's the station maps. There's the locomotive remote. We still have that. Reprint active. No active jobs. Alright, what consist are we hooked up to then? We're hooked up to some steel. Hey Kelly, what's going on? Alright, let's take a look at the plate on the car. So, CFF 486. Flat car with steel rolls, and it's order SMFH47. Maybe I just brought this here. I don't know. We're at the steel mill. We're right in the dead center of the map. So see where it says SM in the middle of the... right here? That's where we are. I have no freaking idea what I was doing. SMFH47. SMFH47. Freight haul, steel mill to harbor in town. 285-ton train mass. It wants us to bring that steel, that thing that we have lined up. Or no, it's a freight haul. It's this one. SMFH47. Steel mill to harbor in town. Deliver steel bent plates, billets, steel slabs, and steel rolls. $34 Gs. Okay, SMFH47. Looks like there was only one big update between then and now. A few notable changes. We got item containers, proximity sensors, universal control stand. Oh, there's a label maker. Rail driver support. Cool. All right, there's a bunch of good stuff in there. All right, well, let's see if we're hooked up to any other consists. All right. So, obviously, we picked this up somewhere, and we're going to bring it back to the roundhouse to be able to restore it. That looks like a DM3, diesel mechanical. That thing has a stick. These engines have a stick shift on them, which is... How do you open and close these things? I thought it was just left mouse button. Scroll? It's just scroll racing? Thank you. That helps a lot. Thank you. Yeah, this thing has a freaking stick shift on it. It's a twin stick. It's a twin stick diesel locomotive, which is, I hate it. I tried one of these once, blew the engine, blew the transmission, and I was like, yeah, no, I'll just use the diesel electric. Thank you very much. I hate that thing. I'm just gonna tow it to the roundhouse and just scrap the damn thing. Or just leave it there. Alright, so we have FH47. Hey Paul, hope you and your family are well. Everybody's good, dude. Everybody's good. We're all fine here. I remember you can use the... Have you played it in VR? Yes, I have. This looks like a dangerous game in all the best ways. Derail is fun, dude, when you have the train itch. Hey, RT. 103-month resub. Merci beaucoup. FH47. I'm just trying to see if I was building a locomotive, because oftentimes I take 2 or 3 jobs to optimize the route. Nope, it's just 47. I think we'll do one job. We'll do that once to just kind of get up to speed here. It's the bird from MSC. It definitely is. Woo, 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 woo. I've always had a resub before that, and then 95. Rose rail in it. Alright. Well, we have 2 DE6s and a slug. That should give us enough tractive effort to pretty much move whatever. So, let's go from there. I have played this game in VR. I mean, I'd do it, but I can't... I don't think I have both chats set up to do that. How'd you blow the transmission? Well, I money shifted it. There we go. Alright, so deliver this load to the harbor in town. Step 1, pick up the following cars at traffic Bravo 20. I believe that's what we're already hooked up. Yep, that's B10, so B20 is on the other side here. Okay, done that. Haul to harbor in town. Uncouple on Gulf 5, India. Okay. Validate order. Okay, Moon. Alright, let's go down the list. So, we're hooked up to the consists. Are we hooked up pneumatically? Yes, we are. We have pneumatics. Pneumatics are open. Take the brakes off of the cars. Okay, that brake is off. So we're disabling the mechanical, or we're taking off the mechanical brakes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
VM3 is in neutral before moving. I don't think I would have coupled it up if it wasn't, but I'll go look. Do you know of Francis Bourgeois? No. JPL posted a video about testing Moon and Mars rovers. Cool. Yep, there we go. That's me. I always lock the front and the back car. Alright, so we're going to the harbor in town. Oh, that's gonna get a little tricky. We have to go down here through that Y, down here. This isn't so bad. This part is on a pretty nasty grade. You gotta be careful. And then we're going into harbor in town. Okay. Now let's check the route map. No, station map. Golf is on the end of the freight yard over there. How old is this game? Oh, Derail's been around for a little while. I think the train is facing north. It is. Alright, so we got a little bit of a problem. My train is facing this way. We're at the steel mill here. The train's facing that way. Alright, we can always couple up the consist at the other end. Is your mic turned down? I have my TV cranked and it's a bit hard to hear you. No. I can turn it up just a little bit. That should be a little bit better.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Back up to the farm? No. No, we'll hook up this end of the locomotive. The sound should be mixed just fine now. Hey, Mats. You can reverse it towards the farm. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Reversing the train down this to that Y and then going down that track is how, yeah, we could do that way. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know if I should do that for my first mission though. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put the brakes on here, and we'll bring. Actually. Or just drive backwards the whole way. The problem is that I won't be able to know if the switches are set. Reverse to the farm. Yeah, that's what you guys are saying. Train should be long enough to do that. All right, let's the other thing is that that's on a grade. We got to be careful. All right, so we'll go down here and we'll set the switches. I'll set them manually just so I can kind of get everybody up to speed. All right, so we're gonna back up off Bravo 2-0, and we're gonna go down here. We need to set that switch. The switches will throw, but I don't like doing that. You're risking a derail, and I don't like doing that. All right, so we can back up. That switch is set correctly. That switch is set correctly. Now that's the one down here we need to change. All right, we're good. All right, that should be fine. Before that point, you also have that triangle. Yeah, Mats, we'll back up towards the farm, back out across the bridge, and then go that way. That'll work. Just got to be careful with that grade, man. That's all. No, I boosted it a little bit, dude. I could boost it again if you want. I mean, that should be good. I messed with this the other day when I had it in the racing rig, and I screwed it all up. We didn't, yeah, the sound was not balanced right. All right, so we're gonna undo the brakes. Okay, mechanical brakes are undone. So the pneumatic brakes are holding this train. You shouldn't really, yeah. I hope if I did this right, I should have the mechanical brakes on the locomotive. If nobody's on the train, there should always be one mechanical brake set. Because these think of the mechanical brakes for the train like your e-brake. Like if you have a car with a manual transmission that's running, yeah, always put the e-brake on because it's running and yeah. EJ, your voice is within 10 decibels of average of the next 5 streamers I watch, so your average loud. Interesting. All right, well, let's okay. Mechanical brake is off. She's in neutral, that's fine. All right, cool. Mechanical brake is off there. Mechanical brake is off on the slug. Mechanical brake is on 000. Okay, all mechanical brakes are off. All right. Let's see if I remember how to do this. We gotta flip the bell. Set the reverser. And okay, the independent brakes were out. That's the main train brake right there. Okay. So this is physically simulating the cars on the tracks. It's an amalgam, kind of like KSP is an amalgam of aero. This is an amalgam of train physics too. You can derail if you're not careful. Oh, you absolutely can. So we just gotta be careful. You always have the bell on when you're moving in the yards. Rails. Hope you and Bree had a great day yesterday. Yeah, X-Wing, I'm good, man. Yeah, we had a great time. Thank you. How are you? Yeah, okay. That's brakes. The brakes are all disengaged, which is funny because the Independence should have been on, but whatever. So, all the train cars are connected to each other pneumatically with an air brake system. Over here shows us how much air pressure we have in the main reservoir, okay? And then that's how much we have in the pipe that goes to the other cars. All these cars are equipped with pneumatic brakes. And I'm controlling the brakes on the entire train with the train brake here. This turns on the brakes on every single car. Down here, that turns on the air brakes for just the locomotive. That's why it's the independent brake. That's why it's called independent brake. It's kind of like a semi, yeah. If we're making pressure, right? If we're making pressure in the brake pipeline right here, that means the brakes are disengaged. You need to make pressure in the train pneumatic lines to disengage the brakes. It's a reverse of how it, like what you'd think. Pressure disengages the brake. Doing that makes the train a lot safer, because if like a car becomes uncoupled and it loses pressure, because the locomotive is what generates the compressed gas, right? The locomotive has a compressor attached to it, and we compress air in pneumatic tanks, and that's how we're making pressure, right? The train cars don't have a way to generate pressure. So if they lose power, the brakes turn on. The second they lose pressure, the brakes will be applied. Yeah, that's George Westinghouse is the guy that invented that. It's a fail-safe. This applies the brakes to the entire train. That's just these are both air brake controllers. That's air brakes for the entire train. That's air brakes for just the locomotive. So the reverser is our transmission, just for people that don't know. Right now, set to the left means we go in reverse. We have 3 speeds, or 3 different things. We have backwards, which is left, forwards, which is right, and then neutral in the center. Over here is the dynamic brake. The dynamic brake reverses the field on the electric motors on the locomotive. So the D6, which is an EMD G16, this is a diesel electric. We have a big old diesel engine in there, and then inside of the bogies, which are the things that hold the wheels, the trucks and the bogies, we have electric traction motors. Okay, we're out of the yard. The electric traction motors, the dynamic brake reverses the field on the traction motors. So the traction motors go from spinning to generating power. You're reversing it. How an electric motor works is that you're reversing the magnetic field over and over again using electromagnetism, and it makes shaft horsepower. If we reverse the polarity on the outer coil on an electric motor, it'll start spinning in another direction. All right? Well, in this particular case, it's used to In this particular case, it's used to generate, you take the kinetic energy of the train and you convert it with the electric motors into heat energy. On the back of the locomotive out here, there's a resistive, something called a resistance element. We're basically sinking all the kinetic energy into heat energy and radiating it out the top of the locomotive. The resistance element is back here. It's in this, it's there. It's just basically a big, gigantic resistor. So we take the dynamic brakes, reverse the polarity on our traction motors, right? And make them so they generate power. It'll slow you down. This is why the dynamic brake is why diesel locomotives took over pretty much everywhere, and why steam engines are just relegated to the history book. Relegated to the history books. The dynamic braking makes the locomotive so much simpler. You have your main air brakes, and then you can basically generate power. Should put it into the battery like a hybrid. They're working on that. Newer locomotives have a battery, so you can store that power. There are steam engines in this game. There are brakemen on certain lines, Clayton. It depends on the line, though. Alright. Kicking the dynamic brake again. Put in the brakes. Okay, we radioed for the switch. Okay, the dynamic brake is off. Okay, let's roll. So I'm using this Y. A Y is a three-way intersection for trains. I'm using the Y to turn around. Okay. All right, so set the reverser to forward. Train brakes out. Give it a little bit of throttle. Lights forward. Two honks for forward, three honks for backwards. And of course our speedometer is there. That's how much power we're generating for the motors. That is the traction motor temperature, and that's the tach on the diesel engine. Can you build a flippy-do in this game? You can't build any tracks, which is kind of a shame. But, I would love to play a game where you could, I would love to play a game like Derail where you could make your own layouts. X-Wing, you found out that Mrs. X-Wing is getting activated off Army reserves. Oh, how heavy is this load? Mats, we are looking at 350 tons, I believe. Or nope, 654. We're hauling steel. So this is pretty heavy. I don't play railroads online, though. Let's see the back of the train over there. Even though this isn't a long consist, it's still, Railroads Online, some weird stuff went down with that game with the developers, and I just didn't want any part of it. It was some weird drama, and I didn't want to get caught up in it, so I stopped playing. Anyway, X-Wing, that sucks, dude, but yeah, what are you gonna do? Why did they just decide to dump it as heat at the first point and not just use the air brakes? So, XJ, the reason why they use dynamic braking is to take load off of the brakes. It's the same exact reason that a Tesla, you rarely have to change the brake pads in a Tesla because the Tesla uses the same thing. Teslas have dynamic braking. They use the electric motors. The control unit. Okay, we got a 1.8% grade, speed 80. The control unit in a Tesla makes it so it uses it reverses the field on the electric engines to basically slow you down. That's why you never have to use the mechanical brakes. It's an idea that's borrowed from the railroads. Hey, burn to the ground. Looks like we need battery electric locomotives. These work just fine. Alright, we're going to be coming up to this Y in a second. We got to go left at the Y, and then we got to go left again. We got to be careful. We're on a grade. If we give it too much throttle right now, because we're pulling up a grade, 1.8% grade means we go up 1.8 feet every 100. That's pretty steep for a train that's 700 tons. Look at Joshua's message. I think that sums up dynamic braking. Dynamic braking is another term for regenerative braking. Regenerative means you're scavenging some of the power, Josh. Dynamic braking just dumps, it takes the kinetic energy of the train, so the movement of the train reverses the field in the engines to generate power, and that power gets sunk into a resistance element, and the resistance element converts the electrical power into heat. So this just dumps the energy of the train as heat out the top. So with trains, guys, it's really all about managing your managing the energy of the train. The train has a ton of mass. We're probably pushing 800 tons with the engines here, with two D6s, a slug, the mechanical locomotive, and 654 tons of car and payload. Trains have this problem, but it's more of an Achilles heel than anything. I always call it an Achilles heel. So we have metal rails and we have metal wheels. Once you get going, it's very easy to stay going. But that is the double-edged sword of a train. If you get going too fast, you're not going to be able to stop. That's a runaway train. You have to manage the energy of the train. You have to manage kinetic energy, right? You use the dynamic brake to convert kinetic energy into heat energy, right? And basically prevent the train from... Wait, it's left here. Yeah, we got to go left. And basically keep the train from going off the tracks and get to your destination. The more you can use the dynamic brake, the better. We have a 0.9% grade, 50 kilometers an hour speed limit. Yeah, trains are all about managing your energy. If you're going 10 kilometers an hour and you have a 700-ton train, that's a lot of kinetic energy. There's a lot of stuff that needs to stop, right? You have the dynamic brake to help you stop, and then you have the mechanicals to help you stop too, right? If you had Callahan brake pads, yeah, right? What the hell? Uh-oh. Please don't derail. Okay, that seems to have worked. We need to go left again. Switches are set. How much more efficient do you suppose a locomotive could be if they could use the power? My thing with the locomotive, Hellfish, is that you would need like 4 or 5 cars that are just a battery bank, dude, to be able to, you could probably scavenge a good amount of the energy from the train by using the dynamic brakes, but you'd need like an entire car, like a B unit for the locomotive that's just batteries. And how heavy is that damn thing? You know, are you really using, it's, once again, thermodynamics, dude. Not if you use big caps. I don't know what that means. It's just some bugs, Mats. All right, cool. Not if you use big capacitors. Then you do that with your railroad locomotive, dude. If it's such a good solution, like. They won't derail you? Alright, good to know, Mats. I mean, if you could somehow fit that in a small package with low mass, then sure, why not? But, yeah, you gotta be careful. Like, not careful, but like, at what point is it a diminishing return? And spoiler alert, with thermodynamics, it's almost always a diminishing return. I'm not saying you wouldn't be able to, but, like, if you wanted to scavenge the full energy of the train, oh man. You'd need to have like an electrical substation attached to the back of your diesel locomotive. That's a lot of freaking power, dude. Someone said on Tuesday, trains in Austria return power back into the lines. Well, that's the lines, dude. Right? That's the grid. They're returning back into the grid. I'm talking about, I believe the subject here is a closed loop system for the locomotive, which, I mean, it's possible. Little man's loving the stream. He wants to know if there's a car flipper in the game. There is no flippy-doo in Derail, unfortunately. All right, we got a level grade. Let's open her up. Has there been talk in the cargo locomotive world of a hydrogen train with a dynamic brake generating hydrogen or something like that? No, Sea Kraken, but you could use the excess energy to electrolyze hydrogen and make more. That you could basically turn the locomotive into an ASU. If you were able to scavenge the hydrogen, if you were, see Kraken, I'd be a little bit worried about condensation. You wouldn't be able to scavenge all the water, but you could get a lot of it, dude. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, you would need water. It'd be like a damn steam locomotive again. But yeah, you could. Yeah, then you're carrying around water, but carrying around diesel fuel, so what do the little signs below the speed limit indicate? Grade, how level the track is, whether it's uphill, downhill, or flat. I think diesel, I mean, guys, there's a reason why diesel electric is used. It's the simplest solution by a long shot. You could scavenge the energy from the resistance element, like, but once again, you're never, even if you had 100% scavenging from the motion of the train, you'd be carrying around a gigantic Tesla, like 30 or 40 cars, a Tesla Powerwall on your back. on the back of the train, and that's going to reduce efficiency. I'm sure there's an inflection point where, you know, it makes sense, but we're carrying stainless for Starship. Joke. I beat your favorite driver the third week in a row. Yeah, I'm already getting sick of Denny Hamlin. I'm getting sick of 23XI. Whatever. No one cares. I wonder, in the calculus of it all, at what point would it be easier to just electrify the lines and sell the regenerative power to the grid? I mean, Seacracken, I think France has shown that just electrifying the trains and having the trains scavenge when they need to is probably the best solution. I mean, Seacracken, they could electrify the lines and then take these diesel engines, and if you put catenaries above the tracks and just put power walls at the bottom of a hill, you know, that energy could get scavenged. But, you know, can you imagine, you know, a diesel with catenaries above it? Like, you could electrify the hills, and then when they're, like, if you took Cajon Pass, for instance, right? You took Cajon Pass and you put battery banks at the bottom of the hill, right? For a train coming down into the valley, right, into Inland Empire, that's a lot of energy to dump off, right? You put a battery bank down there, and then you can use it to assist in the trains going up the hill. I mean, if I was going to do it, I would only concentrate it in certain areas, like basically out in the Rockies. Otherwise, like, it really doesn't make a whole lick of sense. It's just the center of the country is just so damn remote. There's nothing out there. $300 meters. We have a Y. Which Y are we getting at? We're getting to this one. We're staying to the right. I mean, the freight trains in the U.S. are just too damn big, dude. Like, I mean, I don't know. You could manage the energy. It's possible. Okay, speed 60 to the right here through the tunnel. They're working on an update for this game with multi-tracks and NPC trains. Really? And we like it that way, remote. No, I know you guys do. Every intercity line should be electric. Yeah. Red Racer, that's more what I'm getting at, dude. Like, there's certain spots where it makes sense to electrify, and there are certain spots where it really doesn't, dude. Like, out in the middle of the country, it's mostly just farms. Why the bell? Tunnel. Is that switch set? Yep, switch is set right. I don't like how fast we're going through this. Speed is 40. We have a 1.2% grade. So this is where managing our energy really comes into play. There's a certain point, if I let the train get too much momentum, that the dynamic brakes won't be able to slow you down, neither will the mechanicals. The other reason why I'm using the dynamic brakes before I use the air brakes is because the air brakes still are a mechanical system at the end of the day. It's just pneumatically actuated, right? This does not wear out your traction motors unless the temperature gets too high. Are there emergency brakes? The e-brake is technically that mechanical brake on the side there, but that's more of a parking brake than anything, just like it's more of a parking brake on the car. Subsidized solar installations over corn farmland because the U.S. produces so much. Also, solar produces constantly, while corn is only harvested 2 times a year. But solar only makes sense if we have a good way to store the power, and there's a guy working on that. He's a trillionaire. But I don't think any farmer is going to want their fields covered in solar panels, dude. Maybe like retractable ones or something, but then again, who's going to throw that out there? Farming overhead is already not as big as you might think. Yeah, Drew. I mean, yeah, that's a good idea. If you electrified in the cities and had a diesel locomotive with a catenary on it, I mean, it's already got an electric system. We would just need to electrify. We just need to electrify the. We're going too fast. I don't like that. Yeah, we're talking about energy management with the train. See how we're going down a hill. The train is speeding up, but I'm using the dynamic brake to make sure we just regulate the speed here. Once again, you don't want to go too fast. If you go too fast, you'll fly off the tracks. There's basically an inflection point where it's possible that the momentum on the cars will your kinetic energy of the cars can overcome the speed. Or overcome the dynamic braking forces. Because once again, we have a metal wheel on a metal track. You have to manage the traction. If I kick the dynamic brakes and the train brakes all on at the same time right now, we'll squeal the wheels. We'll get wheel slip. The wheel slip alarm will go off. I don't know where it is. You'll know it when you hear it. Yeah, we blow the traction motors too. Well, we wouldn't blow the traction motors that way, but if we're getting slip, that's no good. If your train loses traction, it's death. Even then, I don't like how fast we're going around this corner. It's not that big of a deal, but there's a lot of energy to be managed here. We're carrying steel. Steel is extremely dense, like me. Dang trees, get out of the way. 1.5% grade, downhill, speed 80 kilometers an hour. You have 3 engines, you can handle a train 3 times what you have. Yeah, I know. I understand that, but for the people that don't, I'm explaining it. Well, you only have 2 locos and a B unit across the front. Shouldn't they be spread across the length? You could do that, Sea Kraken, if I was worried about tractive effort. This is mostly downhill, so I'm not too incredibly worried. We are gaining a lot of speed, though. I do not like going this fast. .40 flat grade. It should be a flat grade through the Y, and then we should start beginning the last bit of descent down into the harbor and town. What are we pulling today? I got 654 tons of fuel behind me. Not fuel, steel. There's the harbor.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
2.3% grade, speed 60. We're downhill all the way to the harbor. And even though it doesn't look like it's too steep, you don't want to go too fast going into the yard. The harbor, dude. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at all those freaking boats over there and those freaking cranes. Oh, that's freaking sweet, dude. Hey, Gabriel, what's up? Next turn is a sharp one into the tunnel. You had your first derailment here. Matt's, the first time I played this game, I derailed the train, and I haven't derailed one since. And I don't think I will unless I really do something dumb or try something extremely challenging. Yeah. I got the train-tism, dude. I'm not going to derail a train.
Go at throttle up.
I won't do that. Because I know energy. I understand how to manage the energy of the train. Is there a clip of the derailment? No, I derailed it the first time I was playing sandbox mode. And in the career modes that I've played 2 career modes. This is the second one. When they added the roundhouse and stuff, never derailed the train. And I never will. Unless I'm... The only time it would happen is if something, like I'm too distracted from chat or whatever. But that's not going to happen because I'm constantly watching. Like, I could say with the utmost confidence, I will not derail a train. It's very, very rare that would happen. Do you have the slug? Yes. I have a slug, another D6, and then I'm carrying around the DM3. All right. Okay, we're coming into the yard. Did you show the visiting scouts how to throw tea in the harbor? No, I didn't. Typical streamer, always blaming chat. I mean, it's kind of your fault, dudes. Gulf 5, India. No idea how this game works. Do you lose points if you don't bail and yonk? No. I do that because I'm a good train engineer. You don't have to do that. You lose points if you're graded on time bonuses, so how fast you get the cargo between destinations. and also damaging the cargo, derailing the cargo. You have to pay for upkeep on the locomotives, which is the other reason I'm using the dynamic brake, because the dynamic brake prevents your actual brakes from getting messed up. Oh, that was the turn. I thought it was this one. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. We'll check. Yeah, no, it was the first right there. I gotta stop. Boat. I ain't ever gonna get a time bonus, but whatever, dude. It gets here, and it gets here intact every time. "60% of the time, it gets there every time." There's a mod that lets you take the boats out for a spin. Alright. Got a crossing coming up. Hey Drew, what's up, man? How's Ronnie? How are you? Who designed these yards? The game developers did. In real life, I mean, who designs the yards? Oh, I have no idea. What are your thoughts on the armored and launcher trains that existed in Europe? Rumor has it he moves around on one of those old Soviet missile trains. That armor stuff that used to run around the country so we couldn't target him. Clean shave? Yep. Yep. No, railroad engineers would probably design the yards. I mean, the yards aren't that hard to design. You just got to figure out throughput. It's not that complicated. Hey, Matt. Flight controller member for 10 months. Thanks, dude. Turns out the algorithm is always listening after the Space and Train review. My feed is full of videos of the big boy. I'm sorry. So build your Factorio factory like a rail yard. The logic automation is something that just never sits right in my head, Hellfish. I'll get it right, though. Okay, now I'm going to do something that you should never do. Get out of a moving train. Let's get into 20 here. It's so dirty in here. Dirty. Hey, thanks for the bits, Audrey. What's up? Love you, Bree and Titan. Thank you. Okay. Alright, engage full train brake. Put the mechanical brake in on 20 here. Put the mechanical brake in on that, on the H47. Close the pneumatics. Undo the switch. Now purge the system out. Pneumatic system has been purged. Are we in the threshold? Yep, we're in the threshold for the track. Now we go back to the house. We can use the VR jump to run faster. I found this channel was trying to build SLS and KSP. It was super fun. Oh yeah. Gaming has taken a little bit of a hiatus over the last couple of weeks because of real life stuff, but consider this the start of getting back into it. Boom. Money. Money. the hell is the copay for? I don't remember that. Pepper. All right, we want to get to CS from here. City South, haul empty cars. There was a way to just lightly set this stuff down. I forget what it is. And not just throw it on the ground. Totally forget how to do that. Is it R? Oh, are you going to the mall later? That's what I'm asking. We want to go to City South to drop off the, that's City West.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We want to go to City South to drop off the DM, the mechanical locomotive. Hey, Rarest, 102-month resub. Thank you. All right. I mean, that'll. We're just hauling empties. What thing is it? HBLH97. Got to figure out where those damn cars are. Grab a snooze on the couch to get new contracts. Running. I'm gonna guess, oh, please be those. That would make this so much easier. HBLH97. What do we have here? This is Derail Valley. It's a train simulator. DM3 is the museum piece. That's right. Snooze doesn't reset. You need to leave the area. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I was like, wait, what? I don't think this game does that. Okay, we're gonna take this over to City South. Quick logistics order. Charlie 4 Sierra. Okay. Running. So we need to hook up those cars. That shouldn't be too hard. I hate the DM3, RB. DM3 sucks. Alright, let's get up in there. Forward reverser. 2 yonks, brakes out. Toilet is powered, waste tank purged. Oh, the mechanical brakes are on, hold on. It's me being all smart. I put the mechanical brakes on 20. It's overkill pulling all this with 2 DE6s and a slug, but it's alright. We're heading that way anyway, so. Yeah, it goes, Mike. It's good, man. It's a fun game. Can you turn the locomotives off? Yes, then you have to reprime the diesel engine, which is not a pain, it's just another thing to do. I do what they do in real life, Brun. They don't shut off diesel locomotives unless they're not being used for a long period of time. You don't shut them off. It's easier and cheaper to just keep them on. Seriously. I've seen funny urbex videos, like urban exploration videos. Well, they're not urbex, but you get the idea. Of people like finding just a random diesel locomotive just running out in the desert. And it's easier to keep the fuel prime on the diesel engines doing that. I leave them on. Technically, you should probably turn them off, but it does take a second to get the whole system primed and started. You have to prime the engine, or else it doesn't work. Like, you have to go back to the engine and you have to manually prime the injection pump, which is what you have to do on these locomotives in real life on a G16. Which is cool. Hey, Bio, what's up? Yeah, so I kind of play realistic. I leave the DE6s running. This pile of junk, though, I don't care about that. Let me put it that way. There's got to be a way to harness that energy, like a way to plug them into the grid. You can do that. Pneumatic lines are hooked up. Used to be obsessed with trains back in 2021 and 2022. But you don't often ask your parents to take yourselves to train stations. Yeah, that's the best part. When you get older, you could just take yourself to the train station. It's even better. I'll turn around, Tessa. Bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum ba bum 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 ba ba bum. Have you ever been up to the ghost trains in Maine? No, but I know about them, Hammer. What is the second engine? I have a D6, a slug unit, another D6, and then the DM3 right there. The DM3 we're bringing back to our roundhouse to put it in the shed to restore it. I'm not going to use it, though. I hate the DM3. Don't the locos run pure water coolant, and when the engine shuts off, the water dumps to prevent the chance of ever freezing and cracking the block? You know, I'm not 100% sure on that one, Drew. That sounds right, though. I mean, they keep them running because it's just cheaper to keep it running. I mean, dude, these things sip fuel when they're not... If the diesel engine is just idling, it's most likely idling at like 400 RPM. They don't use a ton of fuel when they're just sitting there. Why not send it to the grid to assist with power generation? Thermodynamics, most likely. They're not generating a lot of power, but you can hook them up. I've heard stories. I've never seen it myself, but I've heard stories of locomotives being used as generators. It's absolutely a thing. They generate tons of power. Wouldn't surprise me to hear that they also shut off cylinders when idle. They well, these engines do not do that, Tessa. No way. Shut off. No. It's a mechanical injection diesel pump on on these things. There's no way. Mechanical injected fuel pump. There's no way they shut them off. There's no way they have cylinder deactivation. On the more modern ones, maybe. Honk, 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 honk. Going over a level crossing. Everybody has their own version of cylinder deactivation. All the automotive companies run, but the thing is that destroys engines over time. Is particularly lifters. It makes lifters very unhappy. Like, very unhappy. And how much fuel does it actually save? Yeah, you're paying for that rotating mass. That's the reason why every big thing is a diesel, guys. Diesel engines don't idle at high RPMs. They idle at very low RPMs. They don't use any fuel if they're just sitting there. Yeah, exactly, Bio. They derailed the CN locomotive on purpose and literally drove the locomotive into town and used it as a power generator. These things can be used as a generator. You just have to get access to the switchboard, which is through these doors right there. And through these doors you have breakers. The derail locomotive only has the main stuff for the traction motors. But you'd have on this locomotive it would be a fuse box. You could hotwire them. It's totally doable. And these things can generate 15,000 volts DC. Like, that is enough to power a small city easily. I'm gonna use the Y to turn around. Perfect example is your semi-truck. Your semi-truck idles at 550 to 600. The stream just gets better and better. Sorry I didn't find y'all sooner. Oh yeah, Kerbal Guy. We're just nerds in here. I can't believe I'm saying this, but even if I was still interested in trains, I do rely on my parents to take you. I don't know. Gabriel, I loved trains when I was a lot younger. Loved them. Still do. You're gonna have to come to terms with that, boy. I'm gonna set it to an empty switch so we can just back up and it's not a problem. Dude, even now, whenever I go over, like if I'm at a level crossing, I'll look both ways, see if there's any trains, see what's on the line. Or if I'm going over a bridge that goes over train tracks, I'll still look. If I see a train going by, I'll stop. It's ingrained and it's deep. Don't care. I do the same with planes and helicopters for what it's worth. Like, hey, Amernels, you've been watching for 11 years. I think you were the first streamer you ever watched. Oh, cool. You saw a Huey fly over work today. All right. See, I've only punched the throttle a little bit, like 3 or 4 times, and look at how far the damn train has rolled. That's the thing with trains, dude. They can roll forever. Oh, you're talking in the Air Force Vec, still stop to watch the planes. Brother, it's like, sorry, that's just, yeah. If I see a plane going by, dude, even when, you know how, like, much of a pain in the butt it is to have a conversation? Like, if, I was talking to my neighbors yesterday, briefly, and, like, we're on the glide paths for Logan in Plymouth on one of the approaches, right? There's a plane every, like, 2 to 3 minutes. I'm just like, I was like, yeah, and then anyway, we're gonna go to, and anyway, we're gonna go, yeah, no, so we're gonna go to, like, it's, like, I always look, because, yeah, my neighbors probably think I'm a nut bar, but I kind of am, so it kind of works out. Hey, Knight, what's going on? How the rockets of space been going? You've been hospitalized of late, and I haven't been out of it. Oh, well, I hope you're okay. Yeah, it's, space is space, dude. Everything's going good. I think they're used to it by now, most likely. Yeah, same with TF Greenhammer. Yeah, you just, what are you gonna do? Like, not look up? A museum piece that has been restored, but the only truck that I could get it back to the museum wasn't allowed through the low emission zone, so they said duck it and flew it to the museum. Low emission zone. That's cute. I like that. Low emission zone. That's good. Talk about, I'm gonna put laws in that make me feel better about stuff. Low emission zone. Give me a freaking break, dude. Alright. Y set. You're sad Slick 6 was destroyed. Guys, I think next week I'm gonna try to lock back into my regular schedule. How about we keep going with the Slick 6 project? The shuttle pad. I think that would be a good way to jump back into KSP. Where is the bathroom in your locomotive? Through that door. They're usually through this door. It depends on the locomotive. In this design on EMG G16s, they're through that door to the right. There's a room that's smaller than a porta potty. It's smaller than a porta potty that has a toilet in. you see that new game Iron Nest on Steam? I have not. The one that got away can't get away again. Well, I have to finish the Slick 6 project just because, dude. Yeah, everybody likes trains, and then you get into airplanes and rockets as soon as you rationalize the concept. But trains are still awesome. You don't know how many people in the aerospace industry are train nutcases. You'd be surprised. You use compasses and bearings, etc. to plot firing trajectories. Interesting. Something like that, Tessa, yeah. Sounds perfect to you. That KSP project is great. I think, yeah, we're gonna have to. Alright, so we're going to go to City South, so just left through the Y and we're pretty much there. It's not a long trip. Keep the yard speed low. We got another level crossing before we leave the yard, so. Eastern Bloc trains, yes. City South. Alright. What line do we deliver? Charlie 4 Sierra. Okay, straight in. Easy peasy. Alright, we're out of the yard. You gonna pick up any Scots with your train? No, we're not in the right place. We're not near Boston or Scotland for this. For me to be able to pick up any Scottish people. Do you have a dryer going in the background? Air conditioner. Aren't Ryan Caton and Ryan Weber from NSF big into trains? I've actually never asked them. I would not be surprised if either of them are, though. Nice, Chris. There you go. No Scots would get on anyway. There's no beer. Yeah, well, I have some diesel fuel. You could drink some of that, mate. You could drink some diesel fuel. It might get you drunk. Maybe. It probably would. The clicking is the solenoids in the train. Yes. Yes, that's the clicking. That's the solenoids on the train. Yeah, changing. Don't worry about that. That's a sweet picture, Hellfish. Or it could be the acorns hitting the roof, yeah. It could be that too. That clicking noise right there was the locomotive. Did the ESA launch yesterday? They did. They launched Ariane 6. The new version of Ariane 6 with the P160 boosters. Pretty good time, dude. Not gonna lie. That thing scooted off the pad. Raptor side. "50 kilometers an hour is pretty fast for these locomotives. Speed 60. Chris was 5x5 for sure. Yeah, the Raptor side chat's starting over on Starbase Live. Yorkshire. 50, slow it down. We got an uphill in a second here. Yeah, there's an NROL flight at 1 in the morning night for you. We can go faster. You're not streaming the NROL launch? It's at 4 in the morning, dude. I would love to if it wasn't at 4 in the morning. A lot of the rocket launches nowadays just go off in the middle of the night. Kind of wish they would launch during the day, but, you know, whatever. Like, a lot of Starlinks are just early in the morning. That's why we don't... Jeez. That was acorns. Or rain, or something. It's windy here, so it's blowing stuff off the trees. That's what you're hearing. Still snow on the roof from the blizzards. No, my gutters are still wrecked from the damn snow. Squirrel McNutt is throwing nuts at you. That dang old McNutt. Who do you have winning, the Swiss or Bosnia-Herzegovina? Swiss, most likely. But I don't know, guys. I don't want to jump on the World Cup bandwagon, but it is fun to watch. I'll admit that. And And that's a lot coming from me. What do you think of the Camaro they're giving away? Cool. Yeah, the cat eye. Or the catfish, not cat eye. It's pretty good. It'll be fun when Australia gives the US a hard time. That'll be a good game. We'll see, dude. Yeah. Stay. Well, we're pulling the cars from the front, but it looks like... Oh, how are we gonna do this? Because the cars need to go to Charlie Crossing, which is over here. They're looking for Charlie 4 Sierra. Okay. Hello? Well, yeah, Tessa, that's just going to require some planning. You can continue on through C after the yard. Yeah, they all rejoin, don't they? Alright, yeah, we don't need to do that. But what I'm wondering is these consists here, Mats. It's looking for these things to be on Charlie 4 Sierra, but I don't think we have this space. There's already cars on it. How much track do we have back here? Okay, we have enough. All right, yeah, we can do this. Running. That switch is set. Now we just gotta set the rest of these. That switch is set. All right, we're good. Just kick them? I don't, yeah, I would if there wasn't cars sitting on part of Charlie 4, you know? Dick kick 'em. It's time to kick gum and chew butts. And I'm all out of butts. Dick kick 'em. And then we got to deliver the mechanical to the museum over there. Yeah, that was Railroads Online, rarest. Something went weird with the developers for Railroads Online. They got into some drama or something, and I didn't want any part of it, so I stopped playing the game. That's why Heist left. That's why a bunch of other people left. I'm just, I'm not, yeah, not doing that. Thanks, Mats. Okay, switches are set. Let's do this. Do all rail yards look this beat up? In the game? Yeah. Running, 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 running. They should have residual. Huh. I'm a little taken aback that that didn't work. That should have worked. That's weird. Why didn't that work? You can usually ghost ride the cars, but... That might be it, RB. Yep, almost died. Yeah, that's what it was. Cool, good to know. Now we can shunt the cars. Okay. I guess you can't freewheel the damn cars anymore. You used to be able to just freewheel them, but I guess it doesn't... I don't know, maybe they changed something with the pneumatics and how they work. Alright, let's see if it gives us the job. Where's the job house? Jeez. down here. Okay. All right. It's very windy out here down on the Cape today. You have to wedge a flag under the dash to give the dead man pressure switch. No, you used to be able to do it. I might be doing something wrong because I haven't played in a little bit, dude. It's most likely what's going on. Military 3, 40 G's, or 400,000. Would you happen to know what carrier is at Coronado? Yeah, Fluffy already answered it. CVN 70 is Carl Vinson. Nice, Histo. There you go. Did we watch the train carrying the SRBs in the Cape? Yeah, Costas, we did. I covered that for Space News on Tuesday. Have you ordered the HOSRB? No. No, I haven't. I have model trains. I don't have a layout set up right now, and I probably won't. I don't really have the space. Too much car stuff. That's kind of what I'm worried about, Mats. What I could do is use those 2 lines right there to reverse it. Hey, Antares, what's up, dude? Cool. Now, how are we going to do this? Leaving 1d6, you'll probably get it. That's probably the quickest way to get this done, right, Mats? So. There we go. All right, so give it a little bit more of a kick. All right, you guys get the idea. The bell's going off, right? Did you hear about another train race that they had? Yes. This game would be nice if it was multiplayer, for sure. Hey, Torch, what's up, dude? Is this OSHA approved? No, but we are in the Eastern Bloc, so it doesn't matter. There's a multiplayer mod. Yeah, I know, but that's not the question that was asked. What locos make up your train? I have 2 DE6s and a slug unit. DE6s are EMD G16s. And right now I'm gonna put that DM3 in its place and put it in the right spot. We just got to recouple the thing. Slug is it's a locomotive without the diesel engine and without the cab. It's just the traction motors. You use the slug. It's a tractive effort unit. That's, yeah. We were talking about this the other day, Vargon. But another diesel engine has to power it. It's for when you want to spread your tractive effort throughout a train, if that makes any sense. It's not a B unit. A slug is different than a B unit. A slug is just the bottom half of the locomotive. The top part is just weights. It has electric motors, no diesel engine though. Are there liveries for the D11s? D11s? Thoughts on Tori Bruno's new podcast? Seems more like Blue Origin marketing than anything. I haven't watched it, Drew. Yeah, it didn't really catch my fancy, but I don't know, maybe I'll give it another shot. Close call. Okay, we have the junk locomotive hooked up. Man, when we're not pulling anything, these things got some freaking power, dude. Alright, now we just got to bring it to the turntable.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Crossrace, 85-month resub. So this is a locomotive that we found, a junk one, and we're going to bring it to the Railway Museum so it can be restored, like my D6. But probably not going to use this one in line service because it's junk, but, you know. Imagine living right there. You don't want to granny shift it again? No, not granny shift, money shift. And no, I do not. That's actually not what I needed to do. That was close. Whoa, close call. Now let's see what happens when you use the other guy's brake pads. I couldn't find the clip for the pneumatics, so I wanted to stop the DE6s before it got onto the turntable, but didn't work. Trying to be too slick. We were very close to not having a good day. All of a sudden, the kids are in the back seat. I gotta go to the bathroom, Daddy. Not now, damn it. A tree's got to run out of acorns at some point. Yeah. Yeah, right. Where does it want the DM3? DM3 540. It wants it right there. I have a diesel hydraulic 670. I already restored that. We have this thing. And then, yeah, a bunch of other open stuff in the warehouse. Slug takes the power from the locomotive and applies it to its own electric motors. That's correct. You use the slug when you need to spread the traction. Spread the tractive effort, if that makes any sense. Think of it like if you put the slug, oh. If you put the slug in line, it's like all-wheel drive versus front-wheel drive. But you still have the same engine. Right, you still have the same diesel, so you can only generate a certain amount of power. You're just spreading the tractive effort across. I wish I could restore multiple D6s. Instead of wasting my time with this diesel mechanical piece of trash. But yeah, like even if you have all-wheel drive, it's still one engine powering. That's a B unit is another engine. B units are locomotives without any cabs. I don't think there's a B unit in this game. I don't think we have an F9. Any G units? No. Are you a fan of G-Tails? It's one of my favorite locomotive jacksters. V1 or V2? Whichever one made more power. I forget which one makes more power, but yeah, G-Tails were a good idea. I still think G-Tails are a good idea. UP still has a G-Tail sitting at their gas turbine electric locomotive, just in case anybody's wondering. Union Pacific still has their G-Tail, I think. So, like, my three favorite, like, American locomotives. Actually, I'll give you a top 5. Big Boy is number 1. So, Alco 4000s. All right? G-Tails are right behind that. Then there's the DD40X, right? Then the F40PH, and then the GG1. Those are my top 5. Don't at me. it's a little bit rough, but you know, whatever. Why does gas turbine that make any sense? Wouldn't that burn through a crap ton of fuel compared to a diesel electric? The gas turbines? Yeah, I think G-Tels are cool, but the G-Tels only really make a lot of sense if you're constantly pulling, which is why you don't see them much anymore. Like the G-Tail, in order for the jet engine to really be the most efficient, the gas turbine, it needs to generate constant power. With diesel electrics, the diesel is just sitting there sometimes. Like it revs, like it changes the revs. That's what makes diesel electric so good. Yeah, if the locomotive is just idling, well, turbines have to idle at insanely high RPM. They really only are really efficient in the application of power. So when the locomotive's actually running, like and it's actually pulling something, the G-tail is absurdly efficient. It's just terrible pretty much at everything else. Like, if you're pulling a heavy load with the gas turbine, yeah, it's great. But if you're not, it's awful. G-tails are cool though, man. Like, they're really cool. They borrowed a gas turbine power plant from an oil rig and planted one on a locomotive. It's a jet engine. It makes the gnarliest sound ever. Not that I've ever heard it, but yeah, it's just yeah, it's a turbine that's turning electric motors. You like the F40 PH? I think you enjoyed the F40 PH2D rebuilds. Via Rail did. Yeah, most likely. All right, Mats. Nice. Good night. Yeah, G-tails are cool, man. They're cool locomotives, but yeah. I mean, the other thing is that these things, they run off bunker C, which is not great, but it is the same type of fuel that cargo ships use, so you're never going to run out of it. It's just not very efficient. They're gasoline hogs. Yeah, 4014 is towing around G-tail tenders because this thing needed to carry so much freaking oil behind it. Like, see the tender back there? It needed its own car that's a fuel tank. See it back there? Right? 844 is pulling that thing. Is pulling one of those. Actually, it's pulling two of them. Here, look. Not 844, 4014, excuse me. 844 pulls them too. See? See them right there? Those are G-tail tenders originally. They use them for water. And oil. Thing's sick, dude. Brother. What a monster. Anyway. Yeah, G-tails are cool, but they really... the right application here would be to have like a GTEL B unit, right? If you're going to do this, and have a regular diesel locomotive, and have the GTEL B unit to get you that extra power when you needed it, because yeah, the turbines only really make sense when you're pulling something heavy, like you need like at max power pulling heavy. Otherwise, if you're just trying to use it to like get going, it's kind of crappy. Has the big boy steam engine been running under its own power the entire trip across the USA? Yes. 4014 is 100% operational. It is down for routine maintenance right now because they operated it across the entire country. That's why it's at Steamtown right now. But yes, it is operational. It is doing the pulling. It's doing the work. The diesel engine behind it, well, I taught you guys about operation of diesel locomotives. Why would you put the diesel behind it? Spoiler alert. The answer is in this picture somewhere. Yeah, same thing as the battery, spoiled. A hat. Yes. It's the dynamic brakes. The diesel locomotive is only there to do the dynamic brakes. Steam engines have terrible brakes. They only have they have pneumatic mechanical. No dynamic brakes built into this design because it's a steam engine. The locomotives behind it are being used to slow it down, to reduce wear on the brakes on the steam locomotive, so they don't have to change the brakes on the big boy as much. That's why that's why everything is a diesel locomotive, because of the dynamic braking. You never have to change the brakes on these damn things. Yeah, it is a legal thing. If you're going to operate a steam locomotive, you have to have a diesel behind it, Nathan, for that exact reason. These things don't have dynamic braking. It could be retrofitted for it, but then again, you just make a steam electric locomotive, and that doesn't really make a whole lick of sense. Kind of defeats the purpose. That's not true. Diesel's not required. You can just keep saying I'm wrong. That's fine. You know. But you can see the big boy does have pneumatic tanks. It does have air brakes. It has a tap off for the pneumatic systems. Yeah, I'm not looking at that, spoiled. Anyway, would be neat if instead of heater coils we could put the power into power lines instead of running heater coils through. We already had this conversation. Aqualex, yeah, we already had this conversation. And I just, yeah, that would be nice. Freaking wild to you that the big boy is 2.5 times the power. Yeah, the big boys they make 6,250 horsepower or 7,000 horsepower depending on the locomotive. No, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong. Mama's right. The big boys run off Bunker C. They were 4014 was converted. Big boys they ran off coal. When they were operating, they ran off of coal. One of the big boys was converted to Bunker C fuel oil back in the day. I forget which one it was. I forget which one. It's number 5 fuel oil. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, number 5, not Bunker C. Yeah, that's what it is. One of them was converted to run off Bunker C back in the day, and they Union Pacific didn't like it, and they changed it back to coal, and then this one runs off number 5. 4014 does number 5. There were 25 of them built. 7 of them are still around. They scrapped most of them, which sucks. If you wanted my honest opinion, I think all these should be restored to running condition. And I know people are going, oh, EJ, the boiler. I don't give a frick. Build a new boiler. Who cares? Build another one. Especially 4023. 4023 is practically brand new. They didn't use it that much. Only UP has the budget to run a big boy. Yeah, well, that's not entirely true. How interesting would it be a modern steam engine that does the diesel electric thing but with a steam turbine? That was a thing, Aqualex. That was a... I don't want to sit there with the game running because then we just get screwed on fuel costs. That was a thing. There were... Here, let me show you. There were steam turbine locomotives. They look ridiculous. So the steam industry, dude, was desperately trying to compete with the diesel locomotives. So in like the late 40s, early 50s, they were trying to come up with better ideas for steam. And Pennsylvania Railroad came up with this. They came up with an S2, which is a 686. And it's like, it's a steam turbine, dude. See the turbine? So the steam, instead of running a cylinder, right, it goes to a gigantic reduction gear in here, and the reduction gear powers the bogie, which is, dude, strong. Very strong locomotive. But the thing is there's just... Steam engines just require a lot of maintenance. That's the real big thing. They just require a ton of maintenance. Diesels do not require a ton of maintenance. You know, they don't. So it kind of sucks that, you know, they went the way of the dodo, but yeah, see, there's a shot of it. See, you have a turbine right here, and then it goes through a reduction gear through the drive gears. It's pretty smart. Mechanical powertrain, though, not electric. What did you say? Turbine, steam turbine electric? So basically a power plant. I mean, look, I love turbines as much as the next person, guys. I really do. I think turbines are amazing. The problem is that turbines need to just be revved out to the moon and just sit there. If they can generate crazy amounts of power for long periods of time. If you have anything that requires variable amounts of pressure or power, they're useless. Well, not useless. They're just, you can't. It's because a diesel engine can rev up and rev down very easily. You can't necessarily do that with a steam turbine. Turbines are for static load, not dynamic load. Yeah, that, dude. That's the right way to say it. Have you ever seen a video of the M497 Black Beetles speeding through the tracks with jetpacks? No. So, yeah, they tried all different kinds of stuff. There's just nothing's going to beat the diesel electric. It's really the best design. The only better power generation mechanism would be a nuclear power plant that's hooked on to electrified rails. That is the most efficient system by a long shot. It's not even close. Yeah, so what France does with the TGV, with the SNCF TGV, that is the most efficient way to make trains train. There's nothing even comes close. 100% unless we get fusion. I mean, yes, that is the most efficient way, except for the way that we haven't invented. Sure. Which in a way makes the TGV a steam engine. It's a turbine electric hybrid. It's what you're talking about. It's just, yeah, I mean, even if we could figure out a compact nuclear reactor, right? Like, a compact nuclear reactor could be useful. The thing is, it's just radlining the train is going to be a big pain in the butt. And I don't really want my nuclear power plants rolling around on the rails. You know, the idea makes a ton of sense until you realize you could just keep the nuclear power plant stationary next to the train tracks and then just power the train tracks that way. You know? Look up an X12 locomotive. An X12? Why, did somebody try to... Yeah. Somebody, yep. Somebody's thought of this. I mean, the thing is, yeah, oh, Jesus. I'll be 100% honest with you, dudes. You guys aren't going to want to hear this. Radlining aside, this is an awful way of generating power for a locomotive. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it is. Because once again, you have a turbine. Static loads are good for turbines, not dynamics. You need dynamics because trains start and stop. Like, this is an objectively awful way to generate power for a locomotive. Like, I'm sorry, like, I want a nuclear powered train just as much as the next guy, right? But this is an objectively terrible way of doing this. Like, the only way this would make sense is if you had your reactor generating power to store in a battery bank on the locomotive, right? And then, you know, you could bridge the gaps where the turbine spools. You need basically not anti-lag for the turbine, but basically anti-lag. It's the same idea. Yeah, that's just. And look at all the damn waste heat. Oh my gosh, there's so much waste heat there. Dude, use thermocouples and generate more power that way. Like, you could scavenge all this. But this is just, why? Why would you do this? It's much easier to just make this stationary and then just generate the electricity and go right to the train. Like, that is the best way to do it. Like, I'm not going to say it's convergent design, but that's basically convergent design. Nuclear power plant with an electric train. That's, I mean, the only thing that this thing has really going for it is the tractive effort. The tractive effort on this thing is probably ridiculous. Like, to the point where it's probably diminishing returns. The weight would also be hell on track wear. Well, I mean, spoil. I proposed to you guys a double tracked wide train. So instead of having it on, you know, one standard gauge, right? You have two sets of track, and the train bridges across, making trains that look like the. I'm picturing like the Buran transporter erector built into a train in my mind. Like that. That would kill any passage over the Rockies. Yeah, if you're too much of a bitch to build a double wide track across the Rockies. Sure. I mean, spoiled. We're already building a double wide train that's using two sets of Stevenson gauge. You think I'm going to draw the line at not being able to build double track the whole way? Like, we're already making this infinitely more complicated than it needs to be, right? Like, you're already making it more complicated. You don't need to make it, like, that's where you draw the line. We're already taking our locomotive design and, you know, making it the size of a rocket launch pad, and then somehow making consists to go with it to make it big enough for a nuclear power plant, right? We're going to draw the line at, we won't be able to get over the mountains. No, I think if we're doing this, I don't think that's an insurmountable problem. I don't think that's the highest line item, to be honest with you. I mean, it'd be cool. I mean, like I said, if we're going to do high-speed rail, do high-speed rail. Don't just make a little Stevenson gauge thing. Build something big. Build something big so you utilize the highest efficiency of the train. Can you imagine high-speed freight? I mean, freight arguably doesn't need to go fast, but, you know, I mean, and like, here's the other thing. Even then, if we did my dual gauge, my twin Stevenson gauge, like high-speed rail design, nuclear electric still makes more sense. It still makes more sense than this. And then you have tons of space on board for infinite amounts of freight. That's all I'm saying. If you could get one of these things to go 200-300 miles an hour, I mean, it would take forever to stop that stupid thing. But if you could, like, that'd be great. Like, that'd be a really nice. You could move thousands of tons at high speed, but it would take like 3 states to stop the stupid thing. So like cargo ships, but on land. And once again, that doesn't make sense because you can sail a cargo ship into the interior of the country in the United States. That doesn't make sense. Because we have the whole Mississippi River thing. It'd be cool. What do you think about a very new small reactor, not the ones we used on submarines since the 60s? The locomotive has to be heavy, dude. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. The compact reactor, I suppose it's possible. Extremely dumb off-topic question. Has anyone tested an Ekrenoplan on a highway? You'd need a highway where the speed limit's 200 miles an hour, dude, or else you're not going to have a good day. Yeah, we'll just leave that pile of junk there. The restored D4, those, or DH4 is looking pretty cool. We have this thing. That's for hauling, I wish the utility flat car that you got did not look like this. I wish it just looked like every other flat car. I hate the single bogey stuff. It looks like we're operating a mine in the 1800s. And then there's this frickin' thing. And I'm not 100% sure why it gave you all the extra things to store stuff here. But, whatever. Beep. Computer's on the floor. I mean, guys, like, I hate bursting people's bubble, but diesel electric is the most efficient way to move stuff across anywhere. scavenging more power, or the only other way would be electrifying the entire U.S. railway system, and then using nuclear power plants to move the locomotives. That would be the only more efficient way, and there's a reason why we're not electrifying like 20,000 miles of rail. Like, I hate to be that guy. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but that's pretty much the reason. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. All the maintenance stuff is over here. And the paint booth's over here. Look at that. There's a reason why EMDs keep getting rebuilt. They're simply irreplaceable. Overwrite the selected save. All right. Yeah, you have to do maintenance. It's part of the upkeep on the locomotives. How efficient are diesel-electric locomotives fuel-wise? Extremely efficient, dude. Like, the most efficient way. Vargon, the only thing that's more efficient would be the nuclear electric system that I'm telling you about. That's the only way that's more efficient. That's my tool shed, boy. Is this the tool shed in which you've been painting off in? What the hell are these? Oh, yeah. Not really much demand going out of here. Load and prepare a train with scrap metal for a departure to the steel mill. Very dumb question. Is a diesel electric a diesel motor with an alternator, right? No, generator. The diesels use generators, dude. It's a DC system. So, lava here. Let me show you how this all works. So, you have up here... Up here is a gigantic diesel engine. We're talking a diesel engine that's probably the size of a small car. These G16s have a what is it, a V16? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or no, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a V12. It's like a, I don't know if this is a 2-stroke V12 that's supercharged, but it's something like that. That goes into a generator. The generator is right here. It's not modeled very well. Oh no, scratch that. Sorry, the generator's in the back. That's the generator, and then the generator is connected to traction motors that are in the wheels. The motors are usually in between the bogies. So you have the truck, which is this thing. Those are trucks, and then you have the bogies are inside of the truck. The bogie is the thing. The truck holds the whole thing. The bogie is the suspension. So trains do have suspension. That's what the spring is there for. The bogie attaches to the truck, and that's what makes the suspension. So on the train, on the bogies, you have electric motors. There are electric motors in there, and they go through a reduction to the wheels. So there's a gear like right here, right? And then there's a gear on the wheels, on the drive wheels, right? and it just reduces right into the wheels. It's almost direct drive. And that's front and rear. Some of them is just front, but do trains care about unsprung weight? No, not as much as a car. Not really. Better identify the bogies. It could be bandits. Yeah. No, it's not as bad as an automobile. Trains have to worry about unsprung weight in a different way, to be honest with you. Do trains use flywheels? No. Not a diesel electric, no. So, see, Kraken, trains need to worry about sprung and unsprung weight on the long axis of the train. So, like on the length of the train. If you're pulling a consist, right? So check this out. You have shock absorbers here. Now, this is a European-style coupler, all right? So it's a little bit different than ours. Ours have the couplers that go like this, right? So you see there's shock absorbers. There's a hard mount, right? So your hard, they use basically a screw jack to hold these things together, right? And then you have your shock absorbers here. The shock absorbers, you don't want to fully compress those. If you fully compress those, you got a big problem. Now, this really becomes a big issue when it comes to like a train going down a hill, for instance, okay? If a train's going down a hill and you have too much unsprung weight, meaning your couplers are all fully compressed. If your couplers are fully compressed, there's no way to, that energy has to go somewhere. And if you have a tail-heavy train and you compress all the couplers, the train's going to start going up. It's going to try to lift itself up off the rails. That is the reason why cabooses exist. Cabooses are there for the brakeman to be able to make sure all your couplers are in tension and not compression. If your couplers are in compression, you're going to derail. And that is a thing in this game. That's why I'm very careful when I drive. Yeah, you got to be sure you kind of have sprung weight kind of on the long axis. Your couplers have to stay in tension. But how do they stay in tension when you're going down a hill? That's often why you see locomotives at the front and rear of a train nowadays. The rear locomotive, which is remote controlled, is being used to give you coupler tension so the train doesn't crash. And that's the other reason why the slug exists. The slug exists to have traction in the center of a train, not just at the front. You have traction at the front, you have traction in the center, you can have traction at the back. The best way to do it would be to spread your tractive effort throughout the entire train. That's often why you see with long freight trains, you sometimes see locomotives in the center of the train. That was Railroads Online, Geek. I don't want to play Railroads anymore because some drama happened with it and I just don't want to be any part of it. I don't want any part of that. That's why we switched to playing Derail. In the US, the coupler is designed to brake before the car derails. Yeah, something like that, but yeah, you should never put yourself into that scenario. But yeah, that's why I like using the American locomotives in this game. Personally, I think they're the safest. Like, you can call me biased, whatever. You can't go wrong with an EMD. You cannot, EMD don't miss. They're great locomotives. They're very powerful. They have a ton of tractive effort and a ton of power. How does the DE6 transmit power to the slug in the middle of the train? I don't know how that works here. This, you hook up the data connection. I'm not 100% sure how it does that in Derail. Are flywheels a bad idea for contemporary train types? What do you mean flywheels? I don't understand what you're asking, Pimento. What do you mean a flywheel? These things... I have a flywheel for the starter and a ring gear. Now with the radio multi-uniting, DPUs unlock so much potential for moving long trains through tough grades, especially in the mountains. Yep. It is through the blue wire that it transfers power. So that's not what was asked. If I have the slug in the middle of a consist, what's the point? Will it be powered? I don't think it will. Yeah, the only way is to spread your tractive effort is to have the slug in line with your locomotives. I mean, this 2D6s in a slug, I have infinite tractive effort. We could pull 4,000 tons with this setup right here easily all day. 4,000. We could pull an insane amount of train. And we've pulled heavy trains in this before. But yeah, if you want to make money, the D6s are the way to make money. Because they're workhorse locomotives. Like, once again, those EMD G16s are really good. I mean, heck, any EMD is a good locomotive. My personal favorite is ones that came a little bit after this, but you can buy G16s in Workers and Resources, which is super cool. And you can get them in that paint scheme in Workers, which is awesome. I think that's really neat. What about an atomic locomotive? The best way to do it is to not have your nuclear power plant on the train. You have your nuclear power plant on land where it won't move, and then you electrify the rails. US couplers don't have buffers. You have to worry about string lining the train if you're heavy at the back. Slug is a prime mover without you have to worry about string lining the train if you're heavy at the back, not compression. Tim's, that's a different axis of movement, but yeah, sure. No, that's not correct. Going down a hill, if you can say that, oh well, you need a coupler. No. The couplers, if they get compressed, you're screwed. String lining is also another thing that can happen. That those aren't mutually exclusive things. Both of those things can happen, and both of those are the reason why you don't want to I mean, you really want all the weight of your train up by the locomotive. So in derail, I always put the heaviest things near the locomotive, and I put the lightest things far away from the locomotive if I'm assembling multiple consists. You mean downhill? Yeah. That's what I've been saying, downhill, the whole time. And that's why I said, engines at the back. You'd put the engines at the back to keep the couplers in tension. They have to stay in tension, or else, yeah, the train will derail. Because if there's no more room to push, right, gravity's going to push you down the hill, and the cars are going to go up. Also, yeah, I mean, weight distribution on a train is big. Once again, you want to keep, and this applies in derail. This is absolutely a thing. The cars are physically simulated, so it applies. You have to keep the heavy stuff near the locomotives. Take the heaviest loads and put them near the front of the train. If you have a heavy load on the back of the train, guess what? Couplers in compression. Bye-bye. Your train will derail. Or you'll be going around a corner, you'll try to pull, and the heavy part of the train's going to be stubborn, and it'll do what Tim said, it'll string line it, and the center of the train will rip off the tracks. You have to keep the weight up at the front. Keep the weight of the train all at the front. Yeah, my favorite EMD is the F40 because I grew up with F40s because that's what the MBTA uses. F40s are kind of the next version of the G16. That's what they after EMD built the G series, so G16, G18, etc., they switched to the F in the mid 70s. This is an F40. These are great locomotives. F40s are so an F40 PH is about the same size as a G16, and it makes double the horsepower. They're really good. They have a turboed V16. It's an EMD 645 two-stroke diesel. Oh, hello. Hey, baby. Look at that frickin' thing. But you could see it's similar. There's the generator right there. It's similar in setup to the G16. It's very similar. Downhill may be a reason to use the slug away from the locomotive. Well, they won't help pull like that. I imagine they could be used for dynamic braking. There's no way to power it in derail. What you could do is put the slug at the back of the train and put its mechanical brakes on for when you're going down hills. I don't know why you'd want to do that. That's just going to ruin the slug, and then you're going to have to pay for it. But it could keep your train safer, or you could just set up the train correctly. Bring two strokes back again. Look at that damn thing. That thing makes 3,000 horsepower, dude. It's no Alco 251C, though. That's an Alco 251. Check out the F40PH 2D. Okay. Big generator, neat. Oh, yeah. Yes. Very nice. Alco 251s are what NASA is what's powering NASA's crawler transporter, dudes. There's two of them in there. The CTs that move the launch pad from the VAB. Yeah, there's two Alco 251s in there, and they're monster engines. The GP38 topical, yeah, you can't lose with the GP38. That's another great locomotive. GP38s, GP40s, great engines. I like F40s though. I wish Alco was still around, dang it. Alco made some very nice locomotives. Alco RSD, very nice, very underrated locomotive. RSDs are really, really good. There is an RSD-12 that's being restored on YouTube. A museum out in California is restoring them. Nice. Oh no, he's getting train melancholic. I like Alco. Alco is my favorite locomotive producer. EMD is in second, Baldwin is in third. They went belly up in 1969, which sucks. The company was purchased in '64 by Worthington Corporation, which merged it with Studebaker. Alco remained a wholly owned subsidiary. Former divisions of Alco became semi-independent subsidiaries in 1968. After the termination of locomotive production in 1969, the locomotive designs were transferred to the Montreal Locomotive Works. Canada? And they went defunct in '85. Lame. Yeah, Studebaker. No wonder they went belly up. That's funny. After the closure of the Schenectady Works, locomotives Alco continued in Montreal and in Australia by A.E. Goodwin. Well, that's kind of cool. In addition, until 2022, Alco-derived locomotives accounted for most of the diesel power on Indian railways. Many thousands of locomotives with Alco lineage are in regular mainline use in India. That's cool to know. Most of these locomotives were built by DLW in Varanasi. The diesel locomotive modernization works at Patila, India, do midlife rebuilding and upgrading the power of these locomotives, typically 2600 to 3100. That's kind of cool. Yep, 844, 4014, the big boy. All Alco, baby. Milwaukee Road 261, Sioux 1003, and then FEC 148. It's all Alco. 3985 is also Alco as well. They make the best stuff, dude. $39.85. They'll someone's restoring that. They UP sold it to the railroading, the Railroad Heritage of Midwest America. Yeah, they're gonna restore 3985, which is pretty sick. So yeah, we're gonna have a world where there's an FEF, a Challenger series, and a 4000 series operating. Oh, guys, one more thing before we we'll get ready for space news here in a second. One more thing. So you guys know right now that 4014, the big boy, is at Steamtown in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and it's sitting next to 4012, which is its sister locomotive. Here, this is some pictures that a fan took. Jay Tippett took these pictures. There's two of them. Yes. So the cool thing is that 4014 is there at Steamtown for routine maintenance. Because they just drove it across the entire country. But it's also there to do dynamic load testing on all the surrounding tracks to see the feasibility of operating a big boy on the rail lines around Steamtown, because Steamtown wants to make that thing work. They want to make 4012 work too. All right, Don. See you, buddy. It's spending the 4th at the Horseshoe Curve. That's neat. Is there much space news? I don't recall seeing too much. I don't know. We'll have to go find out.
Discovery,
Later.
go at throttle up.
27-month resub. Thank you. So yeah, they're gonna get 4012. They want to get 4012 working. If the UPNS merger goes ahead, you will see 4014 more often on the East Coast too. That'd be kind of nice. I'm not gonna see it anywhere near me because CSX has the tracks all around New England. Chessie system. They have all the mainline stuff up here. CSX. Meh. Meh. It has been approved. It has been approved 2926 for main track users with FRA upgrades. Really, train show. Right on. I'm on my way home from seeing them, and 4014 is doing its FRA 31-day inspection. There you go. It'd be nice to get a big boy all the way up here, but big boys never operated up here, ever. Big boys were designed to operate out here. The big boy locomotives particularly were designed to operate through the mountains over here. Wasatch Pass, if I'm remembering right. I can see my house from here. I'm across the street from one of those. Let's go Steamtown. I want to see 4012 operational. Me too, man. That would be cool to have two big boys steaming. That'd be pretty awesome, actually. It'd be cool to see two of those things, man. Looks like you have a rare tornado watch for your area. Oh. That's good. We should fix all of these. They should just fix all of them. I've decided. People are gonna be like, no, the budget. I don't, whatever. Whatever, dude. The budget, you already fixed one. You know how to make all the parts for it. They already got 4014 up and running. Why not the other ones? Is it going to take that much more to get them working? It really isn't. You already know how to fix it. Fix another one. 4014 will go through downtown Pittsburgh. Yeah, there's 4014. Hell yeah. I mean, it's better. Anything better than just having it sit outside and do nothing. And even 4023, that's the one that should get fixed. 4023 has been, it's like brand new. That's the only one left that was made there in the second flight of locomotives. They made 2 production runs for the big boys. One in 41 and another one in 44. It's not the cost of the restoration, it's the operating costs for that's expensive. I'm sorry, I did not realize that you were fluent in bitch. Sorry. No, yeah, I know, I understand. But also, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hey. Look at it. It's nice. Anyway, all right, let's save here. Overwrite the save. There we go. All right, let's get ready for space news, dudes. Got a tornado intercept near Effingham, Illinois yesterday. Out of circulation, but it was a good one. This boy, you know I'm just messing with you, right? Like just to be absolutely sure. I don't know. I understand the maintenance cost, but you know, dude, to be 100% honest with you, it's not about the maintenance cost, okay? It ain't about that, all right? Some things are not just min-maxing the dollar, you know what I mean? It's about sending a message, right? It's about sending a message, dude. It's about sending a message. I know good and well what it's going to take to get one of those things working, but also at the same time, just get the other ones working. Let's stop being a bunch of bitches. Come on. Can you imagine seeing those things tooling around? That would make every 5-year-old's day. That's the kind of stuff, you know, we should be doing if there's a reason. We should be doing it to pay it forward, right? You know, rather than just letting it sit there and do nothing. It's just like rockets, man. Rockets, I hate seeing the space shuttles in museums. I hate it. I can't stand it. It pisses me off. Every time I go see one, I'm just like, oh great, here's this thing we're not flying into space because it's in a museum. Right? Like, that gets me, dude. I hate it. I can't stand it. Because the shuttle had so much more to give. Jaxer. Yeah, I don't think the G-tails are ever getting restored, dude. The DD-40s, though. I don't know if you guys are familiar with DD-40s. Those things are... We should use those. Those are cool. Yeah, DD-40s are like the diesel version of a big boy. If you guys really want to know, EMD was just like, all right, let's just take 2 diesel locomotives and just kind of make them one thing, and that's what they did. These things are nuts, dude. 6,600 horsepower, 4 bogie trucks, dude. Because frick you. They're so damn long. Yeah, I know. That's kind of the problem. Dude, but yeah, that's the big boy of diesel locomotives. Dude, if we could tool around with one of those in Derail, I would, but I'll bet you it can't make it around half the corners in this game. They're absolute monster locomotives. You're a fan of the DD-214? Well, who isn't? Who isn't? I know what that means. DD-40 will never come back. The frame rails broke. Once again, you're going on about that. Oh, you can't do it. Frame rails broke. Frame rails. Bro, I don't want to hear excuses. What do you mean the frame rails? Make another one. This is America, dude. Make a freaking another one. What, we can't make another one? Ugh. Three years and 6 months until you get your DD-214. One of the biggest problems with restoring them to operation is the tub life they have left before they need a complete overhaul and extreme amount of boiler parts. Tim's, I understand. It's not Like I said, guys, I'm no spring chicken. I understand total cost involved in the application of like financing a project. Like I get it. But also, I think if,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
5-year-old me read about big boys. I had to settle for Challenger 3985, right? If 5-year-old me saw a big boy driving around, I think 5-year-old me would have just been like, I mean, 37-year-old me is still going, but you get what I'm trying to say, It's not like, bro, it's the 250th anniversary of this damn country, all right? It's the 250th. Get them all running. Get them all running. Ed Dickens has my dream job. Yes, he does. It's about sending a damn message. All right? If we wanted to restore these things, we could. Not everything is about min-maxing cost. I hate that. I can't stand that. They're, with stuff, people don't look past like the, oh, will I make a buck off of this? And that's fine. I get it. Profit, etc., etc. I don't have any problems with that. But sometimes you do it. Sometimes you do it just
Discovery,
to do it.
Go at throttle up.
Hey, Technical. 84-month resub. I know it's blasphemy. Could you retrofit a small diesel electric to move with? I don't know, Contra, maybe. Hey, UP actually runs their old Steam, and it's worth it, dude. Look at this thing. Look at that thing. I mean, look. Arctic linked a bunch of this stuff the other day. So you're saying the Iowa needs to cast the lines and be put out to sea for a couple of days? Yes. That's all I'm saying. Oh, steam engines are too much to maintain the costs, and you need to do this with this, and that. Here's my argument. That's my argument. Yep. That's all I'm saying, dudes. That's all I'm saying. If you want more, here, I got you another one. This is another argument, You make a compelling point, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hell yeah. You were talking to the Steam crew a little while back. The top brass never expected the Steam program to be so popular. They at least now have full support from the C-suite. Good. Restore another one. And you know what? You know what, dude? Restore it and put the sucker back into service. Do it. Put it back into service. Make you don't restore a big boy just to have it dick around with passenger cars across the country the whole time, all right? You restore a big boy to have 6,250 horsepower pulling a freaking 10-mile long freight train. That's what you use the big boy for. All right? Fix it, put it into service. Get your money back, because you will get your money back. I know, XPC, it's amazing. It wants to, but they are manpower limited right now. It's going to take time to train up new people. Good. All right. Like, that's the thing. I ain't barking up Ed Dickens' tree. I know he knows what's good. If he had his way, they would all be running right now. I know that dude. That's the guy that runs UP's STEAM program, Union Pacific STEAM program. Yes, they would all be running if he had his way, which is fine. That's cool. We should do that. The U.S. Navy has no problem operating the Constitution. In fact, they had it out in the harbor the other day, which is pretty cool. We can operate the USS Constitution. We can operate the steam. We can operate the damn steam locomotive. Yeah, Sci-Fi Fan, the T1 Trust. Absolutely, dude. T1's awesome. That's the Navy, though. So? Yeah, I mean, Aqualex, you can make that argument that we live in that cyberpunk dystopia corpo nonsense thing, but also, here's my argument. You want to hear it? There's still hope, my dude. There's still hope, because look at that. Look at that damn thing, dude. I want more. I want more. I want all of them running. I want all of them running. Not because it's useful, not because oh no, the maintenance cost, I get it. The FRA is going to be up your tailpipe at or up your steam pipe, I should say, at every corner when you try to get one of these running. It's about sending a message. Looks ugly. You could get right the hell out of here, Alex. I swear to God, man. You could frick right the hell off. Don't you dare insult an Alco 4000. What's wrong with you? Does that actually still burn coal? No. Number 5, fuel oil. Oh yeah, Norfolk. What, dude? Joe, I saw your video the other day. Fantastic, dude. Look at that damn thing, dude. How's the Derail Valley going? Good, but drummer, it's going good, but also just sorry for derailing your game with train talk. I don't think anyone here that's clicking on this stream to come see Derail is going to be disappointed by the train talk. I know train people. I'm a train guy. I've been a train guy for the vast majority of my life. I don't think they care. Can't hear it, need to turn it up? Yeah, right. You live right by the Big Ten curve in Colorado. Virtual Rail Fan has a live stream of it. I turn those on sometimes when I'm not streaming, Chris. I'm messing with you? I don't think you were, man. I don't think you were, ARJ. I don't think you were. Now, you know what? You know what the punishment is? The punishment is we're going to watch it again. Your dad got you into trains? Yeah, mine too, dude. There you go, Jackster. We should fix these, because it's about sending a message. Heck, build a new one. Screw it. Bro, we sent... Look, all right? We sent people back to the moon earlier this year. Yes, it was a flyby. I get it. The lander's got to be ready. We sent people back to the moon. We sent people beyond low Earth orbit. We can do anything. We can freaking do anything, and don't let anyone tell you anything different. We can freaking do anything. Damn. Sorry, I'm getting kind of fired up. I'm getting fired up. I just need to just oh, brother. I honestly can't imagine a steam train without needing to shovel coal into it. Drummer, even our steam locomotives that we were using into the 1930s and 40s, nobody was shoveling coal into those, dudes. There's no stoker box on a freaking big boy. Like, that's just, it's not a thing. They used an auger to shovel the coal in. They have an auger drive system in the hopper car. Here, I'll show you. A well-known Dutch train got a new livery. If it's not orange, I'm going to be disappointed. It's not orange. It's close, though. Where the heck is it? Yeah, see, like, look, you can get at the firebox here, but you don't need to do that way. That's, if anything, that's for throwing sand in the boiler. Throwing sand in there basically sandblasts the boiler from the inside out. Yeah, the coal drive system is under here. It's under this grate right there. There's an auger, and it's like a screw auger, and it just pulls coal into the boiler. What do the oil sprayers look like? I actually don't know. What. Yeah, I actually am not 100% sure how they converted it. What did you guys say? Number 5? Number 5 is bunker B, not bunker C. It's heavy residual industrial. Interesting. Hey, Pork Sword, what's up? At the worst day at work today, when I got home, I watched Artemis 2 launch, and it made your day better instantly. It does that. How does that work with the pivot between the engine and the coal car? A pipe? Just basically a flex hose. It's residual fuel. Okay, residual fuel oil. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, there has to be some type of electronic fuel pump, right? Like if it's running on number 5. UP has a video about the conversion. All right. Let me take a look. '4014 playlist. It's just dates. They gave the old ash pan and grates to 4012. Interesting. They replaced the steam blowers that blew the coal with oil nozzles, then replaced the ash grates with fire brick. Interesting. Here, let's see. This is the guy that's running 4014 right now. I just.
4014 project. Steam shop in Cheyenne, Wyoming, undergoing some pretty heavy renovations. We've removed the false ceiling that's been in here for several decades, and now the process of cleaning up the facility, painting it, installing cranes and fall protection, foot-high monitor-style constructed engine house that will support maintaining the world's largest steam locomotive. We've begun disassembling.
I can't see that.
We started removing components in the cab and the appliances and the air pumps and other things of that nature. And
Dude, look at all the freaking ball valves.
we've discovered
More gain on the YouTube. Give me 1 second. Turn your volumes down. No, that's not working either. Can I post the YouTube link? Give me 1 second. Go. All right, let's see.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Steam Shop Update. This month we're going to talk about the oil conversion, a very fascinating topic that has a lot of people interested in how in the world did the Union Pacific successfully convert the 4014 to burn coal to oil. So if you'll bear with just a little bit of technical detail here and follow along with my flashlight, I'll explain what we did and how we made it work. So the basic concept of a steam locomotive is pretty simple. The 4000, like many steam locomotives designed during the steam era, were designed and built to burn a single type of fuel, coal. Coal was very easily obtainable. It was a good fuel source for a steam locomotive, but it's a little bit dirty and it requires additional handling. So when you handle coal, you load the coal into the tender, where the coal is crushed and delivered and everything before the railroad even gets it. So there's just multiple steps to the handling. It's fed either by hand, what we call hand firing or hand bombing. It's kind of a slang term for a hand-fired steam locomotive. And the bigger locomotives were just too big to permit a human being to develop or to deliver the amount of coal that the steam locomotive needed to produce the power.
Yeah,
so
dude,
stokers
big
were
boys.
developed.
Huge
So what we've
compared to
done is
that.
we take
That's
out
big,
all
though.
that apparatus, the stoker apparatus, the grates, the grate bearers, the intermediate grate bearers, and a lot of complex pieces to the underside of the firebox are present that we need to remove that we don't need anymore. And we simply create what we call a fire pan. And in this instance, it's 3/8 thick plate steel, very heavily reinforced and designed to carry the very bottom part or contain what will become the oil burning apparatus. And the oil burning apparatus is a very simple system. It's a burner. In this case, the Union Pacific designed what's known as a Venturi casting. And the Venturi casting, as that name implies, it creates an airflow around the burner. It does two things. It provides additional combustion air into the firebox and also helps keep that burner cool. And the oil is controlled by the firing valve in the cab, and that oil simply flows by gravity from the tender. So you've got an oil tank that's built in place of where the coal would have been. And oftentimes the railroads would interchange that fuel source. So it wasn't that uncommon that they would go from coal to oil and then back to coal again. In the case of the 4005 that's been discussed and talked about in many different books over the years, that locomotive had a different arrangement than the one that we built here. So let's go back to that fire pan that I mentioned. So on the side of the firebox, you see a cover, and that cover is covering up what we call our air tubes. And the air tubes are all part of a calculated amount of air that we want to go into the firebox. All of the air systems are not regulated, except for the damper that's controlled by the fireman. And that's a very on-off or kind of halfway open type of arrangement. Everything else is known as a demand system. So as the locomotive is working harder, it produces greater steam, which is greater exhaust pressure, which is greater pressure at the nozzle. And that nozzle creates the vacuum in the front end, which then draws the air through the firebox, therefore increasing the amount of air that can be flowed or delivered into the fire. Fireman's controlling that oil burner, controlling the amount of oil flowing by gravity, and it's atomized with steam pressure, and it is burned.
I just want to hear that one more time.
Off or kind of halfway open type of arrangement. Everything else is known as a demand system. So as the locomotive is working harder, it produces greater steam, which is greater exhaust pressure, which is greater pressure at the nozzle, and that nozzle creates the vacuum in the front end, which then draws the air through the firebox, therefore increasing the amount of air that can be flowed or delivered into the fire. Fireman's controlling that oil burner, controlling the amount of oil flowing by gravity, and it's atomized with steam pressure, and it is burned.
They use... Huh. I need to hear this one more time. I need to hear the whole overview. That's strange. I mean, it's not strange. It makes sense.
So on the side of the firebox, you see a cover. And that cover is covering up what we call our air tubes. And the air tubes are all part of a calculated amount of air that we want to go into the firebox. All of the air systems are not regulated, except for the damper that's controlled by the fireman. And that's a very on-off or kind of halfway open type of arrangement. Everything else is known as a demand system. So as the locomotive is working harder, it produces greater steam, which is greater exhaust pressure, which is greater pressure at the nozzle, and that nozzle creates the vacuum in the front end, which then draws the air through the firebox, therefore increasing the amount of air that can be flowed or delivered into the fire. Fireman's controlling that oil burner, controlling the amount of oil flowing by gravity, and it's atomized with steam pressure, and it is burned.
Interesting.
One of the key parts on an oil burning locomotive is the type of combustion, the quality of combustion, and that's 100% manually controlled by the crew, namely the firemen. So on an oil burning locomotive, ideally you want to see almost no smoke. That is the optimum rate of combustion that you are controlling as the steam locomotive is working. So if you see excessive smoke, the fireman is very, very quickly working to make adjustments to improve the combustion, thereby reducing that fuel, that burning of fuel. So when the locomotive is traveling down the track, we know this from experience, that if you have a degree of visible smoke, that is actually unburned fuel that you're effectively wasting. So in the course of our day, if you've got additional smoke all day long, you could be wasting 1 to 2 or more gallons of oil per mile. That's why on our operations, our logistics are fairly tight, and we want to make sure and be as efficient as we can. So we've got the fire pan, we've got the damper, and on the damper, that's the very bottom part of the firebox. That's controlled by the fireman, and that allows more air to combine with that fuel as it's being burned in the firebox. So we're making just a few adjustments. This particular oil arrangement that we've developed has been extremely successful. We're making some adjustments to the fire pan, to the flash wall. That's a very large brick wall that absorbs some of that instantaneous heat that you can develop with an oil firing system. So we're making some adjustments on that. Other than that, the system has been extremely well. It's working very well for us, and we're very pleased with the results. If you are not currently a member of the Union Pacific Steam Club.
So they basically put an induction furnace where your firebox should be. Yeah, okay, I get it. They freaking put an induction furnace in there. That's cool, man. I wonder how much more power that makes. It's a freaking blast furnace where the firebox should be. That's cool, dude. That's really cool, actually. Huh. And it's self-regulating. Well, yeah, Venturi, and then you're just... I'm wondering how you stoke that system. He said it's being atomized with steam pressure. How do you start the cycle? There's got to be like a residual bypass or something. I don't know if it's just me, but I kind of bummed that they converted it from coal. I think it should have stayed original. Shop steam. Shop steam. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, it's like an external starter, like the start cart for an SR-71, but with trains. Because they know how to do it, would it be easier to do on 4012? Yes, absolutely. I'll be 100% honest with you guys. That didn't look like it took a lot of extra fabrication. I mean, refabricating the firebox with 3/8 plate is gonna. That's gonna. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's gonna take some time, but frick, man, somebody should make that a casting. That thing is just begging to be made into a casting. When he showed the firebox at the beginning, just cast it. It would be probably, well, I'm not going to say it would be easier to make. You'd only really want to make a casting for this if you, you'd only really want to make a casting of this if you were going to, say, like, convert all of them. I think this link explains your previous question. I'm not interested in controllers. I didn't understand what you were saying. Yeah, I'm not interested. Is that all graphite? No. This, I mean, you could do this with, like I said, you could do this with plate. This is a fairly simple thing. You just got to weld it up. If they don't have shop steam, they could use compressed air. I was going to say the pneumatic tanks would probably be another way to do it, Tim. I'll bet you is, I don't know, bypass, some type of bypass system where you can stoke the box with your bleed air, basically. I mean, it makes sense. Smart. They did show it in the video. Crazy, dude. I'm just thinking, is there... What about... Okay, dumb question. What about having a steam engine run off like LNG? You know, I mean, it'd have to be a pressurized tank. That's probably why they don't do that. Now that I pretty much just talked myself into that. Or to answer my own question, excuse me. You could use a blast furnace with it, with LNG, and you could use your residual pressure. Fire is fire, but yeah, I mean, propane, it burns more efficiently, dude. It's more efficient. Fuel oil is denser, yeah. Would fuel sloshing around be an issue? Nah, train's super heavy. What stops it? What stops it from blowing out the input tubes on the side? Oh, these things, these passive tubes. It's an induction furnace, Contra. Once you light the fire is going to want to go up, and in this case, it goes up into the boiler. The heat goes up into the boiler. These just, yeah, those help stoke the fire. All this, the entire thing, guys, per what Ed was just saying, is metered by the fireman. The fireman can control how hard he wants that fire to go just by changing the oil injection quantity. It'll self-regulate because it's an induction furnace. Contra, why doesn't the fire go out? It's not pressurized. It's a fire. It goes up. It's just an induction furnace. This is not. Yeah, it's just it's a big induction furnace. That's it. LNG would be dangerous from a leak, unlike fuel oil. But think of the efficiency. Yeah, you'd have to, where the coal tender would be, you'd need a gigantic propane tank. The exhaust of the steam pistons goes out the same exhaust as the firebox. On 4014? Question? I thought, is it, it scavenges it? It scavenges it, doesn't it? Yeah. Some steam locomotives just blow the exhaust out the sides. It looks like the big boy scavenges it, and it uses that to basically create a siphon. Well, not siphon, but it creates vacuum. That's what it does, if anything. Dude, if we could just figure out heat exchangers with this damn thing. Trains already transport LMG and propane, so it'd be, yeah, exactly, right? All I'm thinking is just an igniter. Just an igniter with a torch, with like a roofing torch, and there you go. Basically, make it a big oxyacetylene torch and then go. Heck, man, you could even, if you used an oxyacetylene torch, you could get that thing super hot. But then you'd need compressed oxygen, too. Yeah, essentially, Hellfish, just a big propane grill. Somebody has to have thought of this, dude. There's no way no one thought of this. There's a reason why they don't do it. It's probably because just number 5 or bunker C or whatever is just easier to move around. Interesting. No more trains today? Well, I was going to do space news here in a moment. The pressurized tank engine infrastructure required is too much of a pain. Yeah. An induction engine with a Raptor. That would be one hell of a steam engine. And it would work for probably about 3 or 4 seconds, and then it wouldn't. Don't you have to cool energy to store it? Vacuum jacket the tanks, RB. It'd be fine. It has lower caloric density. I mean, it's more efficient, dude. Yeah, you're not going to get as much power out of it, though. Interesting. Uses a steam chest exhaust to fire it out the stack. Cool. How about liquid methane? You're just saying things. Liquid methane would be the same complications as LNG. It's not a rocket engine, guys. It's a steam engine. What if it was hypergulls? Once again, this is an external combustion engine, dang it. It's an external combustion engine. Differences. Just use T-Tab. You could use T-Tab to start it if you wanted to start it fast. That's annoying that that thing is just sitting there. I don't like that at all. We should fix it. Preserved? Preserved? Doesn't look preserved to me. At least it isn't in a scrapyard. Yeah, I know. It doesn't, I don't want it in a scrapyard, I want it running. I really hope Steamtown can get this thing running, dude. I'd donate to that project, absolutely. It's preserved by not being scrapped, yeah. Yeah, dude, there's still a lot of them. I think there's 7? 7 on display, and then 1 operational. So 04, 05, and 06 are all on display. 7 through 11 were scrapped. 12 is the one that's at Steamtown. That thing's in pretty good condition. I mean, well, they painted it, so they painted it. Who knows what condition it's in. 4014 works. 7 and then 15 and 16 were junked. 17 and 18 are still around. One's in Wisconsin, the other one's in Texas. Yeah, and then there's one at Kennefic Park. Yeah, 4023. That would be the next one I would fix. 4023 is one of the newest ones. It was made in the second batch. Where were they made? All the Alco 4000s were made at the Alco Schenectady Locomotive Works. Animagraphs has a cool animation video on how it works. Oh, neat. So, all the big boys were made here. There it is. Hey, Goated, what's up? That's the Schenectady Locomotive Works. It is a goddamn casino now. Looks like one of the buildings survived, and looks like it's some kind of steel contractor. And the rest of it is luxury apartments with a marina or something stupid. You know, oftentimes I've thought about what, oftentimes I've thought, like, why doesn't, it'd be cool if somebody went about this, if somebody went about building locomotives like SpaceX builds rockets, would it be useful? And the answer is most likely not, but imagine making a brand new steam engine designed with modern materials. Oh, is that Titan?
Yes.
Is that a Titan? Is Titan here? Hey, Bubbas. Come on up here. Can you come up here? Come on. You want to jump up here today? No? Hi, buddy. Hello. Here, come on. Up here. Come here. Come on up here. Come here, you dope. Just trying to give you some pets, that's all. Hi, Bubbas. What's up?
Nothing. I just want a hug, so I thought I'd come say hi.
Oh, okay. This is Titan, guys, if you don't know him. We're just talking about trains.
Choo choo.
Hey, Chad was suggesting, like, maybe put, like, a model train set in the backyard. I thought Brimo would not like that idea, so I said I don't think we should do that. But, you know what we could do? We want to get a generator for the house. So what we could do is buy an operable real locomotive for very short. Where are you going? Where are you going? No, come back. And we could put it on a set. We could put it on tracks, and we could use it to power the entire neighborhood. And our backyard would have the track. No, she's gone. Yep, she's gone. So you don't like that idea? No. I tried. We could, though. We could just get a little switcher locomotive. And, you know, what I could commute to work in a diesel locomotive. It would be very efficient. And we could use it to power pretty much the entire neighborhood. She's just blinking at me. Because, guys, I'll be honest. I like model railroads. Model railroads, model trains are cool. But I'll be real with you. I want a real one would be better. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Even if it's just like it can go maybe 20 feet forward and back, like a real one, obviously. We will model railroad, but what scale will we use? We'll use Stevenson gauge, and it'll be a 1-to-1 model railroad.
I came in here because I wanted a hug,
You wanted a hug?
but now you're talking about trains.
Yeah, I love trains. I don't know if you knew that. Okay, new plan. New plan. We get a 6 BT Cummins, and then we make a small diesel locomotive that's like a quarter of the size.
No more, zero diesel locomotives.
What about a diesel truck?
No, maybe.
That wasn't a no. You want a hug? All right, you get a hug. Hello.
I also want ice cream. I want chocolate.
We have ice cream in the freezer downstairs.
No, but I don't want that one.
Oh my God.
It's okay. Come back here.
She didn't say no to steam engines, that's right.
No 1-to-1 scale trains in our yard.
Why?
Our yard isn't big enough.
No, it is.
No,
It's very much big enough for a switcher. It's big enough for a switcher.
No.
Yes.
Stop it.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Rabbit season.
Duck season.
Fire.
What? Wait. I don't remember that one.
Duck season.
Rabbit season.
Fire.
Fire.
Are you good?
I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah. This is just normal.
Okay. You all right?
Yeah. All right. Tyto Bears. How are you doing?
Done. Come on.
No.
Oh, he sat on my foot.
I'm a good boy.
Oh, we had a Leaf 57 raid. What's up?
All right.
All right. On a scale from like 1 to 10, how badly do you need the ice cream and the chocolate?
Like a 7, but I'll survive.
Oh.
Maybe more towards a 6. My goal was not to come out here and guilt you into going to get me chocolate. That was 0% of my goal. I really just
Are
wanted
you
to
sure
help.
about that?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Because I could start Space News in like a little bit.
Are you saying you could go get Dairy Queen with me and then come back and do Space News?
Yes, I could do that. Yes.
I mean, I won't stop you.
I need a blizzard. All right, guys. So, yeah, give me about 30 minutes. I'll be back for Space News, okay? I hope you enjoyed Derail and then subsequent train conversations. Unfortunately, the 1-to-1 scale model railroad got vetoed, but, you know, let me work on it. I'll work on it. We'll work on it. It's not a main quest goal, but it is a secondary goal. Yeah. Side quests. Sometimes you got to do side quests, dude. It's just the way it is. Get us a Blizzard too? Yeah, sure. All right. So I'll be back. We're just going to jump to the DQ and back real quick. We'll probably do space news more or less at the top of the hour. Stand by for loss of signal on YouTube, and I will put on a video on here. And we'll go from there. All right. Be back in a little bit.